Okay, welcome. We're bringing back Feedback Friday. Now, I was a little bit late with posting the notification about it, so we don't have a lot of tracks yet in the Discord. But you can put the command in the chat if you want to get some feedback and send in your track through Discord. And I will keep checking back to the Discord every a couple of times during the stream, just to see how many tracks we have, and we'll get into the feedback once there's a couple of more tracks. So I'm going to be doing these again every first Friday of the month, which it is today. So keep that in mind for if you want to get some more feedback next time, if you don't have anything right now. I'll see how many tracks we get. I might switch it to Patreon only in the future, depending on how many tracks we get, but we'll see. I don't know yet. I also don't really have... I haven't really made a new overlay for the stream for it, so we'll just use whatever overlay we have. But we'll see how it goes and how it changes in the upcoming months, I guess. So welcome. Hope you're doing great. Let me switch. Let's see. What should I just open up something? Let's see. We have a couple of things that I have been working on in the past week. So let's see. I've been working on this thing. Yeah, that's fine. And I was, I don't know what, I was just watching like some old samurai movie on YouTube, and I got inspired and chopped it up, and I was like, let's see what I can do with that. And it sounds a bit, I don't know, it doesn't flow right, but there's some cool parts in here that I might be able to turn into something. Okay, there's already people coming into the Discord. More tracks coming in, okay, cool. Still not that many, so I'll just wait for a bit, and we'll get to the feedback after that. So yeah, I was sort of like chopping up some samples. I have some samples here that I was messing with, like those kind of things. What's that? And I was putting some drums to it. And yeah, let's just work a little on that, and then we'll get into the feedback. Cool? It has a bit of a Photec vibe, yeah. It kind of turned into that. But I kind of liked it. drums need a layer or something. I don't know what. Maybe I'll chop up another break. Also, damn, it's getting hot in here already. Okay, that definitely works. I forgot that I added that. But like the snare wants a layer or something, I don't know. Might as well try and find something. Okay, let's see. See what happens if we take one of these snares, or just do this. Or I can just find the original, that might be better. Let's go in here. Should probably have the original in a Rex format. Let me check. That should be a bit easier. Drums, Rex. Ah, there we go. Let's do that. Wait, might be smarter to leave the original MIDI here. Let's just quantize that. Okay. Might actually chop it up different. But let's see. Let me just mute all of this stuff for now. Let's see, we got a snare here, and then we got a snare there. And then we got there and there, I believe. Yeah. I think that is a snare as well. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna put snares in where these are as well. Then we get that, that, and then that again. Okay. Wait, that's not a snare, is it? That's a kick. Okay, cool. Ah, okay. Yeah, you can use the SoundCloud link or Google Drive, or, you know, as long as I can download it, it's fine. I want to be able to download the tracks so I can put them into Ableton, because then I can, you know, check like what it sounds like in mono. I can check what the low end sounds like and all that kind of stuff, which would make things a little bit nicer for during the feedback streams. And I can then also see, like, we can bring up Vision 4X or something so that we can see what everything is doing. Like back in the day, I would just use SoundCloud and just play it straight from SoundCloud. But while nice, because it kind of fit the overlay that I already have, it's also kind of, well, it's kind of limiting. And I would like to be able to just see the waveform in Ableton, and you know, you get my point. I think it's actually gonna be nice with this layer in it. I believe there's another snare right at the end here. It's kind of a snare roll, but let's see. Do we want to put in? I actually think we only need the snares, to be honest. Kind of works. We just have to match the pattern here. which reverb did I use here? I think I had some reverb here as well. Let's just copy that. Okay, let's copy that over. Not sure if this section is the same pattern. I think it is. Might have to work on that later. Or at some point. Yeah, same pattern. I don't want to pitch it up too much because then the snares are going to get really short. So instead, let's just grab a frequency shifter. We can just shift it up a little. Yeah, there's also other things in here that I was messing with. That one didn't really fit, I think. Although, maybe... There's a lot of things here that are muted, and we also have, yeah, we have more stuff here, which is just a couple of different things that I already cut out. Let's see what we have here. Yeah. Oh, that one could definitely work. Somewhere. Where are we gonna put that? Wants to be here, maybe? Something else there. Kind of like it here as well. What is the... D sharp. Damn, I forgot what the key is of this. What was that thing doing? F, okay. Let's pitch that up. 2 semitones. Also maybe pitch it down. Let's see. Go like much slower. Huh. Don't want to use it too often, but there maybe. I also think we could maybe have a little bit of a fill here right before this section. And with snare here. With other snares I have in here. Find a kick here. That there, and then Mm. A little click at the end of that one as well. Where are you? Ah, there. That. There's also quite a bit of swing on this, now I notice. Let me just do this. If I turn it into its own clip, I can remove the swing from that little section. Because the swing kind of works for the rest of the break. I need to work on the how they're chopped anyway, because I can hear other ones have like a little click at the end as well, but tracks. Where are we gonna put you? What if I put you right there? What if we put... Filter is almost not even doing anything. So let me put an EQ on this. Okay, goodbye, Jorn. He's coming in and he's starting to hate again. Get lost. Like, I guess that's just his goal, to hate, which is what he did last time as well. And then that time I was like, you know, I'll leave you here. I'll let the chat handle it, but if you're gonna start with that right away, then get the fuck out of here. Can we turn that repitch thing off? We should be able to turn it off, right? Yeah. Okay, this sound is kind of annoying, so I'll just leave it in here. Might use it at some point. What else do we have? That could be a crash. We can turn that into a crash that sort of like adds some reverb to everything, or maybe even a reverse. Let's copy this. Something like that. Let's just make sure. Not gonna click. This sounded loud. There's already reverb on here. Oh yeah, there's reverb on the entire group. Not sure if we'll keep that, but works for now. Yo, Angelite. It brings traffic, I guess, but it's also fucking annoying, you know? I'm sorry, it's just, it's kind of annoying. Like, I don't mind somebody having some criticism on something, you know? That's fine. But this is the second time now where he comes in and he just starts hating right away. And I'm like, what the fuck? Last time he got absolutely roasted in the chat as well. And then he started making, you know, I also still have in mind what he did last time, you know. He started getting roasted in chat and then he started making racist comments, so, you know, probably better to get rid of him. We don't need that in here. I already said it then as well, like, you better not start doing that because you're gonna be gone. It was actually the third time. Oh. I mean, third time is a charm, is what they say. That's not gonna make much of a difference. Let's just bounce this to audio. Let's do bounce to new track. Somebody help him out in chat. Sefia knows, you know the command. Yeah, there you go. I updated the commands as well for the stream because we're gonna be doing the feedback and like I added a couple of more. So we basically have, you can also type in !info and you will get a list of sort of like the commands that you can use. For now, I might add some other ones in the future, depending on what I can do with that. See if we can use this somewhere. It's another app, but it's absolutely helpful. Actually does sound nice as a crash. Not sure if it works at the start here, but it's a bit much there. I wonder what happens if we put a little gap there. Maybe even chuck it like that. Yeah, we're gonna do feedback as soon as we have enough tracks. Which we got a couple, not that many yet. So if you, the faster you guys send in tracks, the sooner we're gonna go into the feedback. I want to have some more edits in the drums for sure. Like, what if we just... Could. I wish we could do bounce in place for... Wait. We can? Oh, but then it's just gonna do for both tracks, and then it's gonna do 2 new audio tracks, I guess. Let me make a new track here. Let's just group these two. And we'll record the output of the group real quick. Yeah, I forgot to put that in there, but I'll make sure that for the next time it'll actually say 1 track per person, because I already saw that there's more people that there's people that send in multiple tracks, which for today isn't that big of a deal, because you know we need more tracks. So what if you highlight this section of all of these events and consolidate? It's just gonna consolidate the MIDI clips. Like that just consolidates the MIDI clips. Like if you have multiple clips like that on 1 track and you do consolidate, it just joins them together. But it's fine, we have this thing now. I want to see what happens. Because I've been doing some of this bit more old school kind of sounding stuff, I decided to grab... Where is it? Where is it? This thing. Because why not? I noticed that this... Okay, that's kind of a shame. But we can fix that. We can do show in browser. And then we're just gonna consolidate this one again, which should free up the previous one. Okay, it doesn't. Then we're gonna have to export this one real quick. That's fine as well. Let's do 7. We'll just export that to project folder. Now I should be able to put it in here. I want to see what happens with this. Okay, so I haven't used this at all. I know you can set it to slice here. Auto slice. I don't know how we change the slices, how we can edit them. I guess like that. No, that's the... Oh, we can just click and drag. Nice. Can we zoom in on here? We can. Nice. Okay. And how do we add more slices? Double click? Yes. We can also just do sample mode, because I kind of want to try out something here. It has a nice sort of like stretching algorithm. Stretch. And then we can bring this up. Just do 400 for now. Let's go here. I guess it's gonna be on C3. Yes. Oh. Shut up. I was messing with the ableton stretching algorithm, and it just didn't... I wasn't able to get it to sound nice, but with this one I kinda am, so we can just... I guess I'll just check out how the auto slicing works real quick, see if it works well. Done. So now it has... Okay, it doesn't completely work. How do we remove a slice? Double click again. Good. At least it's pretty intuitive. I guess it just wants to be... Yeah. Let's just grab that snare. We can do that manually. Now we can just bounce this to a new track. Now we have a really stretched out snare. Let's see. Oh, this one is doubled up. Let me chuck it here. Where I'm gonna use it. Maybe we'll just chuck it right here and reverse it. See what happens. Gotta turn the track on, of course. So the bass in here is actually made out of a cello. That used to be a cello. I just processed the hell out of it. Added like an operator layer underneath. And then I just really smashed it through some... Whoa. What? I think our sidechain is bugged. Okay, there we go. And then I'm layering that with the taiko drums here. I do think that it wants something else though, something extra in there, but I'm not entirely sure what. Yeah, that fill thing is still bugging me. Maybe I'll just have just a snare there. What if we grab that reverse thing that we made and we drop that right there? I mean, it works. What if we then grab this thing, which sits on the first snare? I'm gonna have to update the message because for some reason Streamlabs puts the last part of the message that comes up when you do the feedback command before the first message. It's supposed to be one message, but I guess it's just slightly too long, and it for some reason puts them in the wrong order. I don't know why, but Streamlabs is weird sometimes. Okay, that works. Might just put the heads in already here. Yeah, that's fine, because we get this extra head pattern coming in here. So it's fine anyway, if we already put those in here. What if we... Yeah, a little edit there. And then we need to copy this pattern real quick, because this one is not doing the same thing. Yo, bad looks. Oh yeah, let me check how many tracks there are now. Getting there. If you want feedback, put your tracks in the Discord channel. Let me do this real quick, because we're gonna do feedback in just a bit. And Yeah, that's where you can put them. Let's see. Oh, now it actually does it in the right order. What the hell? Streamlabs is so weird. I'll just make the I'll just shorten the message somehow and make it fit into one little thing, I guess. I want to see if we can add like a pad or something. You know, some kind of a pattern here. Let's just do that. What can we do here? I'm tempted to do this, but then I mean, it does kind of work. Just do that. There's a device that does this. You control it with the mind. What? What are you talking about? But like, we're using kind of like a Phrygian scale in this. So this is kind of weird using this G. That would work though. Then this note is kind of out of the scale, but it doesn't really matter. That does sound kind of weird. I do like this though, somehow a little bit. Though not entirely, but let's see what we can do with it. That would work in this skill though. See what happens if we use that. No, you can set any genre, doesn't matter. Let's just whack. I also updated Beam. I decided to finally update it and get another one of the modules. So that's nice. I saw today though that they released another one, so this is a nice plugin though. Good for making like weird atmosphere. Not sure what we can do here. also work. Might introduce it later, but we could also just filter it in here. So this thing is really, where is it? This one? Really piercing. I mean, it's kind of the nature of the sound, I guess, but let me put that on its own track. Maybe control it a little bit. Okay, it's already F. Maybe I'll just do that right there. So it's a little bit less piercing. I could maybe that one there. We checked that before the beam. Not sure about that pad. We do want to have something in here, but I'm not sure what that pad is going to want to do. I actually also think we can probably shorten this whole section here. Like this section, take that out. Or take this section out and put this right there. I think that could actually work. Just save. Let's grab that. Let me actually put it somewhere here. And then we'll grab all of this. Put that right here. See if that works. Okay, we're already close to 11 o'clock, so we're gonna go into the feedback soon. I already put this one in here as well. Maybe a bit much. But maybe if I quickly fix this pattern here. We can automate the decay time of the aim snare here so that it's shorter in this section. Is it shorter? Oh, I automated the release, my bad. Let's do the decay time. So that we get a tighter. Okay, and then here we want to have, I guess we want to have these two, yeah. Now I also removed this one, I see. Let me... do that. I want to have that one in here as well, I think. Yeah. So that it already starts adding a little bit more shuffle. Might also be nice in the first section though. That's fine. Might cut it right here. After that snare. And then of course I need to take these out as well. Wisma or Kurga? I have no idea who those people are. So I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. I'm quickly going to take a short bathroom break, and then we're gonna do feedback. So if you haven't sent your track in yet, you can still do that. Check out this information, join the Discord, and read the message in the pinned messages of the feedback channel that I made for the stream. Don't get confused with the other feedback channel, because that happened last time I did Discord feedback submission thing. So this time I actually called it livestream submissions or something, livestream feedback, that's what I called it. Hopefully that works a little bit better and people understand that that channel is for the livestream feedback sessions and not for just posting the track for feedback, because that happens last time. We have a separate channel for if you just want to, you know, get feedback from the other people in the Discord server. So keep that in mind. It should be obvious because it's in its own category called stream submissions, but you know, some people don't read, I guess. I get it. I'm gonna take a short bathroom break, grab myself a drink downstairs, and grab the tracks that are in the Discord, and then we'll go have a listen to those. So see you guys all in just a little bit. Let me save this one. I'll play this one while I'm gone, so you guys can listen to it. Yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit. One moment. Okay. I grabbed all the tracks, or at least all the ones that I could. Couple of people that sent a Google Drive link did not make the track downloadable, so I requested access to those tracks, but you have to acknowledge that I can, so that I can download it. And there were a couple of more. Let me check. B Royal, Doorskip, Shogun, and Prozac. Your tracks are not downloadable on SoundCloud, so turn the download option on, because otherwise I cannot download them and put them into Ableton. So let me just let me know when you've given permission, and I'll grab it. Okay, one moment. Doorskip and Matthew. Okay, let me grab those real quick. Me press that one. Cool, that one is there. Close that one. And then this one should be downloadable now. Nice. Go. Okay, cool. Okay, they might be in a different order though. Can I see them by date? That would be nice. Okay, yeah. This is the right order. Let me open up. Let's see. Haven't done the feedback in a while, so it might be a little rusty. Give me a moment. Let's open up the a project here. Let me grab. Oh yeah, I also need to make sure that auto warp long samples is not turned on. Okay, that's turned off. Otherwise, it's gonna try and warp all these samples, which is not what we want. Let's do that. That's not a problem. It's this one, probably. The really long one. Yeah, that's fine. No issue. Okay, let's see. Is it going to... Nice, it remembers the position where I put this. That's good. Okay, cool. I'm going to just... Let's just do that, so that we not hear all of the tracks at once. I mean, that looks fine. Yeah, that's fine. How do I make it downloadable? In the settings of the SoundCloud link that you sent. Or did you send a Google Drive thing? Then I'm not entirely sure, because I don't use Google Drive that often, but it should probably be in the permissions somewhere in whatever you use. If you do SoundCloud, then it's literally just a matter of ticking a box, I believe, in the settings of the track. Anyways, we'll start with the first one, which is Giski Augmented Unreality, I guess. I hope I pronounced that right. Manage access on Google Drive. Thanks. Yeah, for the Google Drive ones, I requested access, so you should be getting like a notification probably. Just let me know when it's available, and then I'll grab it. Ukon, what is your name on SoundCloud? Because I've got 3 different ones open still. This one, no. This one. Ah, okay, it's this one. Good. Put that in as well. Next time, try to name the file with your artist name as well, and the BPM. I see that not everyone has done that, but it's fine. We'll get into that later probably. People will start knowing as we do more of these. So this is just the first feedback stream again since a really long time. But let's have a listen to the first track. There's definitely some cool stuff in this one. There's also a couple of things that I already heard that I would work on. Right. So I think it's a pretty decent track so far already. There's one thing that immediately bugged me when the drop hit. Where was that? Somewhere here? The bass feels a little messy for some reason, even though it's quite a sustained bass, but you can kind of see it here as well. See how the sub is just kind of messy in that area? Might be, I don't know I don't know what you did, of course, on this track, but might be good to just try and replace that sub with like a clean sub, just a sine wave, because the mid-range sounds fine, you know? The mid-range sounds pretty good. It's just literally the sub sounds kind of messy. There is also... Let's see if we can actually hear it. If we just do this. It hits right here. It sounds alright like that, but... Might also just be that the low mids are kind of muddying up everything here in this section. Like there's a lot of there's a bit of a weird sort of like, how do you say it? Like almost like a rumbly kind of sound happening on that bass sound. Might be a result of just the fact that you maybe pushed it too hard. And I think that I think you can clean it up somehow, you know, just by balancing the layers, probably maybe doing a little bit of EQ on the mid range, the low mids area, like somewhere around here probably. It's somewhere in this area. You don't want to take too much out, of course, because then it kind of starts sounding thin. But you get what I mean, hopefully. The other thing that I think I would work on at least a lot on this one is the snare drum. I like what the snares are doing here in the build. Especially in this area, where, so like right before the drop, they start sounding really nice. But then, as soon as it drops, first of all, the first couple of beats, you have this really light snare, which I think actually takes away of the impact of the drop. Like, most of the impact is coming from the kick, of course, from the kick and then the bass. But I feel like because you have that really, so like, that snare drum that has quite a lot of low mids compared to the one that sits on the first section of the drop, you're kind of losing a lot of impact. And then that snare comes in, which sounds, I don't know, I would probably like it a lot more if the snare that comes in here was more like the snares here. Or at least have sort of like a same kind of fullness to them. Like this one right here that comes in here. It sounds a little too acoustic, I think, for this. You might even want to try just switching the snare completely on the drop and go for something that is a lot more digital, like a clap with like a synthesized transient, basically, so that it kind of starts sounding like a snare. because that will probably be a lot easier to mix in this kind of a drop with such a full bass. And then you can still use the acoustic kind of snares as like fills and all that kind of stuff. And like for the ghost hits in between, if there's any. I think that would probably be easier to mix than what you're doing right now. So there is definitely sidechain on the snare. I can see it right here. It literally cuts a gap in the snare. But because you are using that really light snare on the first section of the drop, there's no sidechain there. I can see that. Like there's no sidechain happening here. And then when that one comes in, it starts sidechaining. So yeah, I would probably try and rework the drums a little bit. I think that would probably suit this a lot better. Now, one thing I want to check real quick is what happens if we sum this to mono, because it's quite wide, actually. Yeah, I think that first section of the drop just needs more impact. It needs to be cleaner. So that it doesn't sound as messy as it does right now, because you're really losing a lot of impact because of it. I think it still sounds relatively fine in mono though, even though it's pretty wide. Like there's a lot going on in the sides. You can see it here in the level. But it's fine. It doesn't sound like it completely cancels itself out. So pretty good on that, actually. The one thing you can see it here, I definitely took down some of the high end because the high end is pretty harsh. Mostly because of the hi-hats, honestly. There's a lot of hi-hats going on. And that's another thing that maybe you can play around with. Like right now, where does it drop? Here? Yeah. It seems like there's quite a lot of noise on the bass, which is fine, but I feel like when you have that much noise on the bass, you probably I think there's like a high-end noise layer or something that has been modulated in its volume, so that kind of follows the sub, or maybe it's distorted with the sub and then high pass. That's another thing you could do to achieve this kind of sound. But I think when you're doing that, you probably want to stay pretty minimal on the hi-hats, because there's already a lot of high-end in the bass itself. And the more hi-hats you add, the more that will start to clutter that up. So either just take like a really short and bright hi-hat, you know, that just hits on every beat or something. You know, not even 8 notes, just on the beats. And then you can definitely add in like some extra hi-hats as the drop progresses. But this bass already has a ton of high-end itself, so it doesn't really need that much in terms of hi-hats. But other than that, I think this is a pretty good direction. I kind of like this area. This kind of sounds pretty cool. That snare fill there, a bit cheesy, honestly. Like, compare that to the section right in front of the first drop. Sounds so much better. That build sounds so much better than what is happening here, right in front of this drop. Where is it? There. Like, this section is nice. But that section here, not a big fan of that. I also think if you're gonna do that, you probably want to have a gap in that fill right before the drop, so that it kind of has some time to go back to well, maybe not complete silence, but at least get a bit quieter again. Like, I could... Let me just put a marker there so that I know where the drop is, because it's kind of squashed, as you can see. It's quite a sausage. Which is fine, but... Like, for some reason, you still have that same kind of fill here, but for some reason it just works better, because that acoustic sort of like pattern is in front of it, and kind of flows better into it. If we grab this... And then we grab a high pass real quick. That here. Just gonna automate this. And then we're gonna drop back to there. Now, obviously, you don't want to have this high pass turned on during the rest of the track, so you probably, what I would do is just automate the bypass of it, so it turns on where you're actually doing the high pass. Like, it's also slightly off, I feel, in terms of... Yeah, I think it's a little delayed. There might be a little bit of silence at the start. Yeah, there is. Okay. Let me fix that real quick. Something like that. Still a little, but you get what I mean. You want to take out a lot of that sort of like bass right before the drop if you're going to do this, because then the drop itself will just hit a lot harder. And yeah, just like playing around with how you end it here, because right now there's like already this really big wolf sound, and that wolf sound kind of continues into the drop as well. So you definitely want to sort of like do a little edit at the end here, so that it has a little bit of room to breathe. And then the first beat of this drop will also hit a lot harder. Like, I'm not sure if you're doing that here. I don't think you are. Yeah, see here, you're also not doing that. So you can definitely play around with that, because that will, first of all, make the drop just hit harder. And it might even work to fix how this first section of the drop sounds. Although, of course, you still have that really light snare in this section. Which in my opinion just, I don't know, it just doesn't work that well. I would probably just put like the actual snare already there. I think that'll work a lot better. But yeah, try and work on the mix a little bit. Just maybe tone down everything that you've done, and just make it all a little bit less compressed, a little bit less saturated, whatever you're doing. If there's a limiter or a clipper on the master, just tone that one down a bit. And maybe do it in stages as well. Like if you just have like one limiter or one clipper, for instance, it might be better to just do stuff like that on the individual tracks first, so that you kind of clip the bass a little bit, or you kind of limit or compress the bass a little bit, and do the same thing on the drums. And then because you're already sort of like adding quite a bit on the individual tracks, or sometimes on the groups, like if you have a drums group or a bass group or something like that, then you don't need to do as much on the master anymore, and you can basically get everything cleaner that way. So yeah, other than that though, good start. Let's move on to the next one. I'm gonna pick the first one by Absolute No, and then we'll leave the second one that he sent for maybe at the end of the stream, if we have some time left. Let me open up Pro Q. Let's just reset this. Why is there no reset? There we go. Now we're in 172. Little distortion there. Do you hear that? Right on this sound. Probably because it's too loud going into the clipper or whatever is happening on the master. Probably a clipper, because that is what usually happens with a clipper. If you have like these really sort of like clean kind of sounds, and it's too loud and it goes into a clipper, it will start to give you that little crackly kind of distortion, which isn't that nice in my opinion. On like a big fat distorted bass line, it kind of doesn't matter that much. You don't really notice it because it kind of blends with the bass, but on sounds like this you will really clearly hear it. Yeah. Happens a couple of times here actually. You can fix it really easily, by the way. Just compress this sound, because you can see already from like the waveform that it's quite dynamic. There's a lot of like loud bits sticking out, while there's other bits that are kind of like a couple of decibels quieter. Just put like a compressor on it, pretty short attack time, and then just sort of like even out those loudest peaks with the other ones. Don't want to completely take all the dynamics out, of course, but yeah, just making that one right here and that one a little bit quieter, because those two are kind of clipping a little bit and creating that little distortion. See? Oh, that's nice though. Oh, didn't expect that. Definitely tone down that hi-hat in this section here. Really loud. Just like turn that hi-hat down, even if it's fine in the drop itself. Just turn it down in this section, because it just gets a lot sort of like it gets a bit more mellow in this section, and that head is just sticking out like a sore thumb, basically. It just smacking me in the face, and I don't like that. I do like the vibe of this, though. I didn't expect the jazzy kind of chords to come in, but actually it makes for a pretty interesting change. Yeah, that hi-hat is just piercing through. Was that it? Okay. I actually quite enjoyed this one. Let's see. There's a little off again. Let me... Not that it matters. We don't really need to do an edit to this, I guess. So I can leave it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I wanted to check out what this did in mono, because it seems to be really wide, and I wonder if that is all in the main sound, because that could be a problem. Let's check. I didn't expect this change, though, honestly. I didn't expect this change into the more jazzy kind of sounding chords. I really expected something else to happen. I don't know exactly what, but the number you have. I didn't expect that, but it kind of works, so that's fine. The number you have. That's fine. There's one area where I think things got a little bit out of control, though. I believe it was somewhere here in the second drop. Like here it's fine. Yeah. Right here. So there's something happening here that you're doing. Like you're automating something on the mid-range layer, and it feels like it just gets too loud, that layer. Like in this first half it's kind of alright, but then in this section here it feels like it gets too loud. Yeah, you're adding like a layer or something to it. I believe it's in that chord layer that sits there, and that one also seems to be really wide. There's also the sides are pretty messy, honestly. Like if we just listen to the sides itself. There's a lot of stuff happening in the sides. I'm not sure if that comes through on YouTube, by the way. Is this the troller? No, 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 no. It's not. I don't know if the sides come through on YouTube if I solo the sides like this, but it might just get completely quiet for you guys. Drums sound pretty good on this one though. It's just again, I think a little bit of a mixing thing at this point. Probably clean up the sides a little bit. Like there's a lot of the drums in the sides as well. Could probably maybe EQ the sides a little so that there's a little bit less of the drums, and just let the synths sort of like sit in the sides a bit more. Like, well, the synths are already sitting inside, but like, I guess take the side information on the drums down a little bit maybe. And like, for instance, this section here, like honestly, it's not too compressed, but it's still pushed quite hard for a track like this, I would say. Usually when a track is less so like heavy, or maybe heavy is not the right word, something like this could still be heavy, but something that is a bit more jazzy like this, in terms of the chords and stuff, I wouldn't mind if the whole track was just mixed a lot more dynamic. I think that usually works a lot better for this kind of stuff. You know, really pushing it with like a limiter is not necessarily the solution to making your track as nice as possible. Like, sure, you might be able to push it as loud as other people are doing, like somebody that makes a really heavy drum and bass track, but for this kind of stuff, I would mix it a lot more dynamic. It's bouncy. Yeah, it is nice though. Like, don't get me wrong. It is definitely a cool direction. Yeah, I've definitely toned down the high end a little bit as well, but that's probably because it's pushed with a limiter quite hard. And even though the hi-hats are, before the limiter, the hi-hats are probably quieter than the other drum sounds, like the kick and snare. But because you're then pushing it with a limiter, and you're pushing it pretty hard, the head then gets the same level again as the other drums. Like, that's the thing, when you're pushing a track really loud with a limiter, you really have to tone down a lot of the sounds in the track so that they don't get, well, they don't all become the same level, basically, especially in the drums. Like, the heads can probably go down quite a bit if you're gonna do that. But, you know, yeah, it's all a mixing thing, I would say. Just working on that, and yeah, you probably got a pretty decent track if you do that. So, nice one. I'm gonna move the other one here to the bottom. We might get into that later. So next one, we have Revamp by React. Let's see what that is gonna sound like. I don't know why all of your tracks have this little pause in front of it. It's maybe SoundCloud does that, I don't know. But I absolutely hate it when tracks have that. I always make sure that there's no pause at the start of my tune. It's fine though. Just a little OCD on my end. Let's check this one out. Let me put that back. See what we get here. Oh, nice vibe right away. Ableton does it? Really? I'm pretty sure it doesn't, because I export my tune quite often, or just I even export loops from Ableton for sample packs, and there's no little pause at the start of the tune when I do that. So intro pause builds the suspense. Yeah, I guess. I guess. That's the pause that should be in front of the drop. No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because of the export settings that I use. Like, if you export main, it shouldn't do that, I think. But these are the settings that I use. And I never get like a little pause at the start of the track unless I deliberately put it there. You send on Discord though? Okay, well, I don't know. Like, I see it in a lot of people's tracks, not just the ones that we have here, but also on like releases and such. But I also see plenty of ones where that doesn't happen, where it's literally just dead on right when at the start of the file. And it's not that big of a deal, you know, but if you're gonna send it to somebody, it is kind of weird. I don't know why sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't, but it is what it is. Doesn't really matter. I like this vibe though. Nice snare drum here as well. Maybe that last section of the drop could have a little bit more hi-hats. Just like, I don't know, like, is there... Like maybe just like a 16-note shaker or something, just to give it some more pace. Switch. I hear one issue though. That lead completely disappears in mono. That lead is just it just too wide. It sounds nice when it's that wide, and I can see it as well in millimeters here, that there's a lot of information in the side that is literally basically the same level as what is happening in the mids. That lead just cancels out. Here, listen. That lead sounds really nice there. And now let's listen in mono.
Switch.
Okay, here it works. There was a section which we just played where it almost cancelled itself out. Where is it? Oh wait, maybe it's just really heavily filtered there. If that's the case, then my bad. Oh yeah, it's just really filtered there. My bad. I thought it was completely completely cancelling out, but it's just really heavily filtered in this section. So my bad. I am not usually a big fan of this kind of drum and bass. This what do you call it? Dance floor drum and bass, I guess. I'm usually not a big fan of this, but I still think that this one sounds pretty reasonably good. So I guess that's a pretty good compliment, because normally these kind of tracks I just skip. I usually when they come on like my playlist or on like whatever I'm listening, I'll usually just skip them, because I'm not really big into dance floor drum and bass most of the time. But this one kind of still works. I really like the vibe in the intro though. The vibe in the intro is really nice. And this section is also pretty cool. As somebody who grew up making hip-hop beats, I kinda like this vibe. This build is nice as well. I do wonder, maybe the... I think this first bass hit could be, how do I say it, deeper, if you get what I mean. Like it could... I think it would have more impact if this first bass hit was just slightly different and just have like a, I guess a slightly lower formant, if you get what I mean. Like right now it sits kind of in the same rate as the other stuff here, but I feel like if the formant of this bass was kind of like a little bit lower, it would just give this first beat a bit more oomph, you know? Yeah, like a deeper, well, not deep, that's probably not the best word, because you still want to have quite a bit of mid-range, because, you know, this style just wants that. But it wants to be a little bit more in the lower mids. Like, I'm not sure if we can see. Like, a lot of it is happening around here. See? We see these peaks moving about here. I would kind of want to see it more in this range. So I guess a one bass, something like that, is kind of good, but kind of as if that one would sit a little bit lower, a little bit deeper in the mid-range, it would probably give this section more impact. And just for that first beat, like the rest is fine. Or maybe just a layer, like just a little layer in the low mids. Let's check out the second drop. Drum work in this is pretty good though. Like, drums are really well mixed, nice and snappy. snare clap thing is really crunchy, but in a good way. I'm not a big fan of that sort of like fake out section. I think it takes away of the impact. Like I'm usually not a big fan of those kind of things anyway. Luckily in drum and bass you don't hear it a lot. It's mostly a dubstep thing where people absolutely abuse those kind of things. But I don't think it works in a lot of cases. Like almost every case I feel it just takes away of the impact of the drop. Luckily, you're not doing it on the first drop, though, which is good, because I hear, in dubstep at least, a lot of people just, first drop, just fake out for like 8 bars or something, and then the drop actually starts, and I'm like, why? Often it just doesn't work, but very rarely there's a track where it's done in a way where I'm like, okay, this one kind of works, but I don't think I would do it here, to be honest. I would probably just go straight into the drop itself. Like, I'm kind of hearing this sustain bass coming in here. Like, why don't you do something with that? Like... that sustain bass, you could definitely do something with that for the second drop. But then like fuller and bigger, so that it sounds like an actual bass. Right now it's kind of filtered, but... and then of course you want to have like an actual kick here, as opposed to this fake out thing. But have like just a nice fat kick, and then go into that sustain bass after the first snare. Something like that, and then you can, you know, so like do a little A-B with that bass and the more, what is it, the more so like rhythmic kind of bass. Switch. Otherwise, nice one though. Even though it's not the type of drum and bass I would normally listen to, I still think this one is pretty decent. So, good job. Let's, you sent in 2 tracks, right? Yeah, okay, so I'll move the second one that you sent. I'll move that one down to the bottom. So if we have some more time at the end, we'll check that one out. Next time, for the next... Wait, huh? Oh. There we go. Next time I'll make sure to put in the message that we'll do 1 track per person, but... yeah, definitely, Royal. Definitely. I think just having somebody to ask feedback from is always a good thing to do. Like... when you're here, we have it again, another one of those gaps. Like a lot of times when you're working on a track yourself, especially if you've been working on it for like, I guess, a couple of days or maybe even weeks, you know, you kind of get so used to the sound that it's really hard to hear what sounds right and what sounds wrong. And that's where just having another person that hasn't heard the track yet, that can listen to it with a fresh set of ears can really come in handy. But of course, it has to be someone that knows what they're talking about. Like, you can send it to one of your mates that doesn't make music, but they're just gonna not know what the fuck they're talking about, right? So you do want to have somebody that knows a little bit of stuff about production, I guess. But it's definitely a good thing to have. And Tactile. Okay, this one is yours. Okay, cool. Let's check this one out. Did I do anything here? No. Okay, cool. That pad is really loud. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it right off the bat. That pad is really, really loud. You can probably tone it down a bit. I'm kind of scared for the drop. You know, I'm kind of scared of how loud this has been pushed, but I guess we'll see. Ooh, there's a vibe though. Royal, your track was not downloadable on SoundCloud. So go into the settings of your SoundCloud upload and make sure that it's downloadable, because it's still one of the 2 tracks that I wasn't able to download. Prozac, I'm not sure if your track is downloadable by now. Let me check real quick. It isn't. So Prozac, if you're here, your track was also not downloadable. This is a vibe though. I take back what I said. The drop hasn't been pushed too hard. It's just the intro pad that's too loud.
Connections.
This is nice. I mean, obviously, not a full track. I would definitely want to hear this again when it's fuller fleshed out. But I think this is a pretty decent start. I would say maybe switch up do like a little fill or a little switch in that bass line, because it does kind of get repetitive, especially towards the end here. Like maybe just for like the last little turnaround section, do like a little different bass, or I don't know, maybe take like make like a Reese that is heavily filtered and like does some pitch bend thing or something, just to kind of switch it up there. But other than that, I think it's a pretty good, decent start to a tune. I'm really liking the vibe of the bass.
Connections.
And like the little synth bits on top, definitely nice.
Connections.
My bad. Let me do that. Let me just solo this track. That's pathetic. Yeah, the low end does seem to be, well, I'm not sure if it's the low end or if it's just the layer on the bass. I think it's just the mid-range layer that has quite a bit of width. See? It's not the sub, it's mostly the low mids that have width. But that's fine, you know, as long as it still sounds good in mono, which it does. That's fine, you know? And that way you just get like that way you just get like a fuller bass. But as long as the bass in the center, in the mid, is like strong and really good, then you can add some width to it in like the low mids. And as long as that width that you're adding there doesn't cancel out whatever is in the center, if you sum it to mono, that's good. You know, it'll just make it sound fuller and it'll sound nicer. And it'll just make it sound a little bit more interesting. Which is especially nice on like a bass like this, where it's mostly just the same bass playing the entire time. And that's also why I say maybe just ever so slightly just have like a little fill bass at the end here. Like especially in front of this switch, I think would be good. Like right there, just this section. Oh, wow. And then going into... Okay, well, there is a little bit of a change here. I'm not sure what the BPM is of this one. See if we can figure it out. 172, I guess. Yeah, seems to be 172. Played from about here. Yeah, I think I would maybe already do a switch from this section. So that this entire section is like a little transition, basically. I think this bass just keeps going on for well, it just keeps going on the entire time. And I think if you would just do that transition a little bit earlier and then really just like add in like another bass, like I said, like maybe a pitch bended reeds, or and then filter it, and then you can still do like the little edit here that is happening. But then you have this sort of like area in front of it where it just kind of breaks up that bass a little bit for just a moment. I do like what happens after it though, but I'm kind of curious now where it's gonna go after that. Also, if you have sent your track and it's not in here yet, don't worry. I'll see if I can get through all the tracks today. I see that there's already a couple more in the Discord, so I'm not sure how many we're gonna be able to do today, but I'll try and work through these. I do need to I do need to piss though. So, how long is this? 151. Can I piss in almost 2 minutes? Yeah, I should be able to do that. You guys can listen to this one more time. I'll be back in just a little bit. One moment.
Connections.
That was pretty quick.
Connections. 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 Connections.
Yeah, definitely send this one again when it's a little bit more fleshed out, when it's a little bit more like a full tune. Would love to hear it again and see where it goes. And yeah, keep in mind, maybe tone down the intro pad a little bit, because that was something that really stood out to me right off the bat. Cool. Next one, we got another nice sausage. How do I pronounce that? Enkp? NKP? I don't know. Track name is Clamar? Damn, you guys with your names. This is a pretty long one, I think. How long is that? Ah, it's fine. Let's see what this sounds like. Don't know the BPM again, but next time, put the BPM in the file name. Nice intro vibe though. This one is pushed quite heavily. I can hear it as well. Like the snare drum gets this really compressed sound, and because of it, the high end becomes pretty harsh. So Yeah, snares hurting me a bit. Yeah, exactly that. And that's probably the result of just being pushed too much, if you get what I mean. And that's also a thing, like, when the track is pushed that loud, a lot of the other elements kind of start becoming a bit messy as well, because everything will start trying to fight for space, right? And you can kind of hear it with those sort of like pad elements that are coming in. Like, the bass is so loud, and everything is really loud, that those pad elements are kind of fighting for space a bit. They are just kind of like, yo, give me some room as well. Vibe's nice though. I do like the beep kind of thing on the snare as well. I do think maybe it gets a bit too much because it's used the entire time. I would maybe use it as an accent every once in a while. But kind of depends on the snare as well. Like, what kind of snare would I use for this? I think I would use a snare that's more like a... How do you say it? Like, right now you've got like a doof kind of snare, right? It's like really like 2010s dubstep kind of snare, but then shorter, basically. I would probably go for something that is a bit more like maybe not a rim shot. The like rim shot is a bit too small probably, but something that goes a bit more like ka, you know, really sort of like cuts through, but isn't too low mid heavy. And this one as well, like this snare just has a lot of high end. Like if we take this out, it just, there's so much high end on this snare, like this area here. Noisier tuned snare. Yeah, just like one that goes like ka and just cuts through that mix really nicely. And then you don't need that much low mids. Just a little, like there needs to be some low mids, obviously, in the snare for it to have weight, you know, because otherwise it's just, if you're just going to use like a pure rim shot, it just won't have the weight needed, you know. But you can still have a snare that has sort of like the tonal quality of a rim shot. Like, I probably have like some kind of snares like this. Like that's an actual rim shot, but something like that. See, that's like ka. And then I would probably like maybe add a really short sort of like transient in the first little bit that is maybe synthesized or something. Just a really short little thing where it drops in pitch just to give it even more of a transient. but that part can be really short, and the this kind of sound is more gonna be in like the tail of it. You know, it really adds the tail, and the transient itself that you synthesize then is just gonna be really short. I think that would work pretty well for this kind of thing. So that sound, this sound, is a little bit loud. Probably tone that down a bit. Like you can see it in the waveform as well. It just comes up, and it's a really noisy sound. And usually, the noisier the sound, the less loud you want to put it in the mix, because it just becomes kind of piercing on the ears. Or just tone down the high end a little. Like, if it's used in a drop, it sometimes can work, but if it's used in a section like this, where everything is already a bit more subdued, I would try and maybe filter it a bit so that the high end kind of is a little bit less harsh. Or just tone it down in volume. It's just starting to annoy me because it's used so much. Yeah, that beep kind of sound is just used so often during the entire track that at some point it just starts becoming annoying. Doesn't mean that the sound itself is bad, you know, that you can't use it throughout the track, but I would definitely maybe use it a little bit less than what you're doing right now. Like maybe just use it for like the first 16 bars or the first 32 bars of the drop, and then in the second 32 just take it out. You know, or something, or the other way around, depending on what works better. I can also see, and that was something that I was noticing. I'm not sure if we can see it here as well, but there seems to be quite a lot of muddy stuff in the low end. In terms of, you can't really see it that well on Vision here, but on millimeters I can see it very clearly. Like, this section is kind of alright. But look at here, like, there's a lot of sort of like rumbly kind of stuff happening as next to like the sub itself. And I'm not sure where that's coming from. It could be coming from the drums, and it's just a matter of EQing the drums. It could also be the case because the track has been pushed very hard into either a limiter or into a clipper, that it has created those extra rumbly kind of bits. Not sure if we can. It's also too loud when I do that. Let me... Yeah, it just seems like the drums itself have quite a bit of that low end in it as well. Like I can see it on that little edit there where the bass cuts out. See all that low end stuff still happening there? I would probably maybe EQ that slightly different so that the drums have a little bit less of that, and that will give the bass more space as well and make it sound cleaner. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would push it this loud though. And if you do want to push it this loud, I would really work on the mix and the balance of the different elements a little bit, so that like when you push it really loud, most of the time you want to have the drums a little bit louder than everything else, and then everything else you kind of want, if you're gonna push it into a limiter, you kind of want that limiter to catch the tops of the drums, the peaks of the drums, but not really affect everything else too much, if you get what I mean. That's usually how you can keep things the cleanest. If you start pushing everything into a limiter or a clipper and the bass starts hitting that, that's when you start creating all these really like nasty distortion bits that are happening. And I do think that is happening here a little bit. Like it's not fully squashed. Like there's still a little bit of movement here in the sub, but it's pretty loud. I do think, yeah, if you change the snare and make that one better, I think you've got a better track. Let's, oh, next one, Cephia. See? No gap on Cephia's tune. It is possible. And this one seems to be... $174? Or not? Oh, it's faster. What are we on? 176? Okay. Let's have a listen to this one. Yeah, 176, I saw it. Let me...
Light, as we commonly know it, is essentially just electromagnetic radiation that exists within our visible wavelengths.
Yeah, I know a lot of tracks are pushed really loud, but that is also kind of a problem at the moment. People push their tracks so loud because they want to compete with each other, they want to be the loudest, but it doesn't make your track sound better most of the time. It really takes a very good and well-crafted mixdown for it to be able to be -3 LUFS. And most of the tracks that are -3 LUFS are not that, if you get what I mean. Like, your mixdown really has to be on like Noisia, Mephius, that kind of level for it to be able to reach that level of loudness and still sound good. And even then, I would argue that it probably would sound better if it was -5 or -6. Because -3 is so goddamn fucking loud, you know, that it just, you're gonna create a lot of additional distortion. And it can still work, but then the track has to be absolutely perfectly mixed. And, well, most people most tracks that are that loud are not mixed at that level. Okay, little strange end. No, okay, cool. I think the main thing that would improve this right away is if you work on the drums a bit. Like, especially, let's see, I think especially the snare drum. Kick seems alright. Snare drum seems a bit unprocessed, if you get what I mean. It probably isn't, probably is processed, but I also see that there's a weird timing in this tune. Did you go off grid or something? Like, look at it. We got the kick hitting on the beat, and then the snare is like, what, like 30 milliseconds later than the second beat? Interesting. I also noticed that when the drop was playing, I was like, huh, it feels like there's like a weird skip in it or something, but it's just also not entirely on grid. I do think that kind of stuff can work, but I would most of the time do that on like the shuffly bits of the snare, so like the ghost snares and stuff like that. I would shift those a little bit to the right, but I usually keep my main kick and snare basically dead on grid, because, well, it kind of depends on the style, you know? Like, if you're making a really sort of like what would be a good example? Like a burial kind of track or something, you know, or like some garagey kind of thing. You can probably get away with it, but drum and bass is already pretty quick, so there is already less space in between the beats, right, at this tempo. And you're even going to 176 instead of 172, so you're already decreasing that space even more. And then even a tiny little bit off is going to be noticeable. And it kind of takes away of the groove, I think. Like, if you do that kind of swing kind of bit, well, it's not really swing, I guess. You could call it swing, I guess, but I would do that on like ghost snares and stuff like that, and that way you can actually, if you have the main kick and snare on grid and then shift the ghost snares a little bit to the right, you can actually get a lot of groove that way. Most of the time, in fact, for like tracks that have a bit more of an interesting kind of drum pattern with like a good amount of shuffle, I would actually prefer that if people would add a little bit of swing to the 16th notes, so like the ghost snares and stuff, as opposed to keeping those dead on grid as well, because then it starts to sound really static, in my opinion. And there's a lot of groove to be found when you do that, but I'm not sure if it works that well for doing that on the actual main snare. Now for this snare as well, I think this snare just sounds a little how would I say it? I said unprocessed, but there's probably some processing on it. I just think the snare is a little bit too simple for this, you know? It doesn't really cut through that well. Maybe you can fix it with transient shaping, but I would probably just try out different snares, honestly. fact, maybe some like slightly acoustic kind of snare, or at least a snare that has like an acoustic layer to it and a bit of like a resonant frequency might actually work. You just don't want it to be that long though. Like it needs to be pretty short and tight. Which this one is. You know, this one is pretty short. Like you can see it. This is the snare here. It's a really short snare. But I don't think this one works. Like maybe the high end of this one could work, but then it needs like another layer as a transient, because the transient is pretty weak of the snare. So maybe that is what you want to try out. That's another thing you could do, like just create a new sort of like transient for it, and maybe do a very short fade on the snare that you have right now, so that it still adds like the high end to the tail. But when a snare is this short, you know, it also becomes quite hard to do that, because, well, sidechaining is most of the time then going to be too slow. Maybe with a volume fade, but I guess you could just make a better snare in this situation. Now I can see that again the sides are really loud on this one, so let me have a little check. Yeah, see, you're losing quite a bit of stuff as well when we sum it to mono, because the main sound, so like the mid-range part of the bass is really wide. And maybe too wide, actually, because when we sum it to mono, that it really feels like that just gets a couple of decibels quieter when we do that. And the same thing for some of the other elements that come in. Hear that little higher synth thingy that comes in? What is it? That thing? Where is it? Right there. See how much quieter it sounds in mono? Like, that is an indication that there's too much width on it, and it just sort of like cancels itself out. Not completely, of course, because we can still hear it in mono, but it clearly sounds like 4 decibels quieter or something in mono. So that's usually an indication that there's too much width in the sound like that. Because it is basically part of the groove, right? It is part of like this section of the track. It's not like a background element, I would say. So for those kind of elements, I would always try and make sure that they're not too wide, because, well, then you get that kind of thing. There is a way of, if you really want to have a sound like that and have it really wide, there is a way to do that. But what you need to do is you need to then basically make sure that the sound that sits in most of the time you would want to have 2 sounds that are kind of similar but also sound different enough so that they're not going to cancel out when you sum it to mono. So you want to have a sound that is really strong in the center, and then another thing that adds the width. And then sometimes you can also do it with like processing, but then, like for instance, if you use a plugin to make the sound wider, you want to make sure that the sort of like mono version of the sound is still there, and then you can add the width to it if you remove the mids from it, if you get what I mean. So if you have like, can we do that real quick? Let's see. Let me check. If we have, let's just have a sound real quick. Don't know what note, but we're just gonna create a sound real quick. Let me just give it some stuff like that. Maybe we'll doesn't really matter if the sound itself just needs some kind of a sound. Like this would obviously work because it's completely mono, right? Now this spread here in operator makes it nice and white, but again, if we sum that to mono, you get that weird phasing kind of stuff, which can be nice, but not really my biggest, well, I'm not a big fan of that. We can add a little bit to add a bit of width. But you can add stuff to it and it still not destroy the mids. So let's see if we can find something that would add width. Let's see, maybe a chorus and then do a lot. Like that, becomes really wide, right? And that obviously sounds completely different in mono, because we get all that phasing that's happening. Now, if we make this 100%, and then we group it, and then we do this, so that we have the mono sound running through it again, and then on this chorus layer, we switch this to mid-side on a utility, and we do that, so we have only the sides here. We get this. We still have that same amount of width. It's still really wide. But when we sum this to mono, that sound is still there. And it won't lose its volume. Because whatever is on the sides is just disappearing. It's not really cancelling out the center sound. It's just disappearing because we've removed all the mids from that sound. If you get what I mean. So that is something you could do with sounds like that if you want to make it really wide. Whatever you're using to make it really wide, do that in a parallel chain, and then afterwards remove the mids from that, so that there's no mids in there that will cancel with the mono version of the sound. And that way you can actually make sounds really wide and still have them sound clean in mono. Like obviously there is another thing that happens. It sounds really different in stereo, but that is just because of what we did here. We did a chorus with like a really fast rate. If we do a slower rate, we still get a good amount of width. And then in mono, it obviously sounds like a completely straight saw wave now, because I didn't really do any sound design on the patch, but you get what I mean, right? If we would have maybe another saw wave in here and just detune that one slightly. Oh, what the fuck? Why is that one? What? Okay, this is weird. Why is that one higher pitched? Huh? Oh, wait, my bad. We need to switch to that algorithm. So now it already has a bit of that sort of like detuning in it. And then we could even add like another one that we detune a bit more. Really get like a bit of a detuned sound. this is really detuned. You can hear it. You have that sort of like movement in it of like a detuned kind of saw, but it is still completely mono. Okay, this will sound exactly the same in mono. And then we can add something to it like this to give it width. It's really wide, but we still have that same detuned saw in the center because we've removed the mid information here. So this would be just the mids, and that information that sits here is what would make it cancel out. Like if we have the mids here, and let's, oh wait, no, I need to keep this like that. We're probably gonna hear the phase cancellation in mono. Yeah. See, it starts cancelling out some of the frequencies of the detuned saw. Whereas if we remove the mids from it, and unsolo this band, you don't get that. It's still fine in this instance, but you get what I mean. Like the more width there is on the sound, the more it will actually affect everything. But it is a pretty cool thing you can do. Like you can do it on a lot of things. You can do it on bass as well. Like I've showed that earlier on a stream a while ago, where if you have like a bass that has like, I probably have it as a patch, to be quite honest. Let me check real quick. Presets, bass. Is it subs? Here. So here I'm using an operator to make like an 808 kind of bass. And I believe this is just a sine wave, yeah. And then we have another operator that has the polarity flipped of this. Not sure if this is the right one. Let's see. Basically had a lot of stereo bass here. But it still sounds good in mono. And I'm not sure how I did this one exactly. Is the... Ah, yeah, see? So this one has different harmonics than this one. See? The mono layer has what is that? Even harmonics or odd harmonics? Yeah. The mono layer has odd harmonics, and then the stereo layer, where I flip the polarity of one side so it becomes really wide, which we, yeah, it doesn't show up here for some reason, but that's fine. And it's also, I believe, oh no, it's not an octave too high. But because that has completely different harmonics from the sound in the center, you can add a ton of width to this sound, and when you sum it to mono, it just disappears. Because there's nothing there overlapping with whatever is in the center. Because they're literally odd and even harmonics, you know. The mono one is odd harmonics and the stereo one is even harmonics. So when you sum it to mono, there's nothing there to cancel out. There's a little bit because of the distortion, because of this roar. There's a little bit of that just creates a little bit of extra harmonics. But if you would have no distortion on it, it just removes whatever's in the sides. Like it's really quiet though. There's not that much in the sides here. But you can even do that on bass if you do it in a clever way. Anyway, little tangent. I think I already said a couple of things about this track, but yeah, mostly the drums I would work on first. If you can get the drums a bit more, well, a bit fuller and a bit nicer, just get the drums a bit more, especially the snare, I think, then maybe the other elements could still work, you know. It's mostly just working on the drums, and if those are good, then you can probably see what the rest of the track does if the drums are better. But right now the drums just don't sound that great, in my opinion.
Light, as we commonly know it, is essentially just electromagnetic radiation that exists within our visible wavelengths.
Also snare, like, this snare kind of sounds like it could be louder. See, already when we push it a little bit here, obviously it's gonna push all the other things in the mix as well, but if you give it a boost around like 2K, 1800, 2K, somewhere around there on the snare, it already kind of makes it brighter and sit so like a little bit better in the mix. And then honestly, it already kind of sounds quite a bit better. But it's obviously also pushing the other things in the mix, so it's a little bit hard to hear. But I think that's something I would start with, and then maybe try out, see if the snare needs like a better transient or something like that. I do like some of the other elements though. I think the main bass is a bit weird. There's a bit there's a lot of movement in it, and it might be nice if you use that bass as like a like use it in a call and response way, you know, where you have one bass that is a bit more static, and then the really really modulated bass as like a response to that bass, as opposed as just using it as the main bass the entire time. Other than that, send the track again next time. Let's see. What do we have? Nightmare. I don't think the artist name is included here. So, no clue whose track this is. Oh, Nightmare's your second? Okay, we'll move this one to the bottom then, so that we can give the other people a chance first. And then I'll check that one out at the end, if we have some more time. Because we already did one of your tracks. Thanks for saying it though. Because it would be pretty easy for people to just be like, oh no, I'm not going to say anything, so he plays another track of mine. Okay, let's see. Next one is Door Skip with Mandelbrot.
This is the Mandelbrot set, one of the most beautiful and remarkable discoveries in the entire history of mathematics. Yet it was discovered as recently as 1980.
Be mean.
The invention of the silicon chip in the 1970s created a revolution in computers and communication, and hence transformed our way of life. We are now seeing another revolution, which is going to change our view of the universe and give us a better understanding of its working. I've seen some remarkable developments and inventions in my lifetime, but one of the most extraordinary is the Mandelbrot set and fractal geometry. This will explore the fractal universe. Mandelbrot.
This is pretty nice actually.
now seeing another revolution, which is going to change our view of the universe and give us a better understanding of its working.
Prozac, your track on SoundCloud is not downloadable. That's why you're not in the list here.
We are now seeing another revolution, which is going to change our view of the universe and give us a better understanding of its working. Dr. Benoit Mandelbrot, whose unorthodox mathematics led to the discovery of the Mandelbrot set and fractal geometry.
Face is dirty.
Mandelbrot. But we're not sure it may indeed go on forever.
I mean, you want me to be mean, but this is actually pretty fire. I like the distortion on the bass. It's really crunchy, but in a good way. You know, it's not like it's not necessarily so like hurting my ears, even though it's really crunchy, which is nice. Let's see. And it is loud, sure, it is loud, but because there are gaps in the bass and it's not like sustained the entire time, and it's a nice sort of like interaction between like a couple of different bass sounds, it still works. You know, there are moments for the bass to kind of breathe, right? You can see it in the waveform. Like we have this bass here, and then there's a little gap before the next one comes in, and then same thing here. You know, so there is space for the bass to kind of breathe, like, and that is when you can get away with quite a, well, pushing things quite loud, because there is still plenty of sort of like room for it to kind of, well, like I said, breathe, I guess. Yeah, call and response game is pretty nice on this one. I agree.
To explore the fractal universe. Mandelbrot.
And is this? I'm kind of confused where the first beat is. Well, is this a really short fake out, or is this happening before the drop?
And fractal geometry.
I'm not sure what the tempo is of this one, so we can't really. If it's a fake out, then this one works. This is a rare one where I do think it works. I think it's actually in the right BPM right now. Or close to it at least. 1.7. 1.74. I think. Not entirely sure.
Fractal geometry. This will explore the fractal universe. Mandelbrot.
Yeah, but in this case it works, you know?
Mandelbrot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of bad things to say about this one, honestly. Like, I wish I did. You wanted me to be mean. I wish I did have more negatives here, but it actually sounds pretty good. And I think the mix is nice as well. Like, the drums are good. It doesn't really sound like there's things fighting for a lot of space in the mix. So even though the bass is loud and really crunchy, the drums still come through. You know?
And fractal geometry.
And that's also because, like, the snare, you can see it here as well. Like, the snare doesn't have a lot of low mids, but it has plenty of high end. Like, especially here, you can see it really well. Like, the snare has a lot of high end, and still a little bit here in the low mids, and therefore it works, you know? As opposed to the person who had the track with the really, sort of like, really doof kind of snare that we had earlier. This would be an example of what I was talking about there, you know? Have like a little bit of a thing in the low mids, but that is not too loud. That is just there to give it a bit of weight, and then have like a ton of high end that gives it the sort of like the high end to cut through the mix. But yeah, this one is nice, man. This one is nice. I like the vocal. Really good use of the vocal here. Especially, I'm not sure if there's too much of a difference between the two drops.
The fractal universe. Mandelbrot. Fractal geometry.
Oh yeah, there is difference. Yeah, good. Enough variation, I would say. So, good one. Good one. Let's see. Next one. We are gonna have to move through some of the tracks a little bit quickly today because I'm taking quite a bit of time per track. And I can see that it's already 1 AM. So, let me move to the next one. Definitely send another tune next feedback stream if you have something, because I would love to hear more. Let's take out that long end that he talked about. We got, I guess the artist name is Carter. Everything I Wanted, 172 beats per minute. Yeah, Prozac, it's in here. Right here. It's there. And if you send stuff in the Discord, let me quickly check. Okay, there's one more in the Discord. I'll grab that one as well real quick. Tel Aviv. Don't worry. I see you. I just hadn't looked at the Discord yet. And we'll put you right there. Those are the ones with the 2 tracks, so let me move you in front of those. Let's see. Next one. Everything I Wanted by Carter, however you want to pronounce that. Nice intro synths.
I got it all in rubbing, 'cause I got everything I wanted. Got it all in rubbing, 'cause I got everything I wanted. I got it all in rubbing, 'cause I got everything I wanted.
much here. Definitely tone down a bit of that area. Also, what I think I would do in this section, I think I would change the snare to something different. Like, you're really going into a more mellow section here, but the snare kind of still sounds like... Is it the same snare as the drop? Yeah, it is. I would replace it here for something else. Maybe like even like a snap or something like that. So it really gives that section sort of like its own kind of sound, as opposed to just having the same snare as in the drop itself. Like a snappy kind of sound. So something like where is it? We got one. Perks. Like something like that. You know, like a snap. I think that would be really nice. This snare is just too much for this section. And then here, when that snare roll kind of stuff comes in, I would filter that. So you filter it in. So you can sort of like have like a snap here. And then in this section, maybe even take out a lot of the other elements of the drums and just really start focusing on that sort of like snare roll and use it as a build element, and then kind of filter it in so it starts a little bit more low pass and then kind of gets fuller and fuller towards the end, because I suppose this is where it drops again, I think. I'm not a big fan of the mid-range lead kind of sound that comes in here. I don't think it works that well. I really like the first drop, but that mid-range kind of lead coming in here, I'm not too sure if I like that one. Programming is really good though. Yeah, definitely my kind of drum bass. I really like the drum programming on this one. I'm not the biggest fan of the vocal, but I'm not sure where the vocal comes from. If it's a splice vocal or something, maybe there's a little. I feel like there's some either some OTT on the vocal, which you could have done, or maybe that was already on it, because honestly there's quite a few vocals on Splice that already have a lot of processing on it, and it kind of becomes this, especially when we have this turned off, it has that really sort of like bright kind of, how do you call it? It isn't like a breathy sound, but like this sort of like air kind of stuff that comes up when you put OTT on something, right? And there's kind of like that kind of stuff happening on it. It kind of still works though, in a way. It's not too much, or at least not that much that it actually becomes like that it starts sounding bad. Maybe I would tone it down a little bit on that, but I'm not sure if you did that or if that just is part of the vocal and how that vocal was already processed. You did use fresh air on it, maybe overdid it. Okay, I don't really use fresh air, but it probably does a similar thing as what OTT would do. OTT can work on vocals, but usually you really want to be careful with it, because it really brings out a lot of the high end, right? And if there's already a bit more, especially if the vocal is a bit more breathy or airy already, then it will really bring that up a lot. And I don't usually think that sounds too good on vocals. Like, it can work on some vocals. Like, if you have what is a good example? Like if you have a vocal that is really low pitched, like something that Flowdan would do, if you're familiar with him. Like, his voice is really low, and he gets this really low kind of rapping kind of voice. On those kind of vocals, you can get away with quite a bit of OTT, for instance, or stuff that does bring up that high end, because it will really add to the texture of the kind of voice that he has. But on these kind of female voices, they already are higher pitched, right? And usually that sort of like kind of multiband compression kind of stuff, I guess Fresh Air does a similar thing. I'm not sure if it's actually multiband compression. I'm not too familiar with the plugin, to be honest, but I kind of know roughly what it does. It brings up high end, right? It gives it that airier kind of sound. It doesn't always work well on female vocals, in my opinion, because of the fact that they already have it already has a bit more of a breathier kind of sound of the way of how it's sung. And in that kind of situation, I most of the time wouldn't really add too much of it.
I got it all hidden away. 'Cause I got everything I wanted.
Like, some of these areas you can kind of hear what I mean.
I got it.
Like right on the start there, that breathy part becomes pretty loud, actually, in the whole mix.
I got it.
And you can really hear that it has a really breathy kind of sound there. That's why I wouldn't opt for like too much of OTT or a similar kind of thing on these kind of vocals.
I got it all hidden away. 'Cause I got.
Same thing here again.
'Cause I got.
You could try working on it with a de-esser and see if you can use that to sort of like dynamically tone down those areas a little bit, and you could maybe still make it work. You know, it's not like it's not like it's lost. You know. Again, it is a splice vocal. I'm not a big fan of that, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. You know, if you don't have access to a vocalist, I get it. I would probably, I would definitely lean into this track is nice, and if you have the capabilities or if you have the opportunity to get original vocals for it, that would probably be 10 times better, you know? Just for the fact alone that, goddamn fucking mosquito, just for the fact that there will be other people that use the same vocal, you know, and that is always, I don't like that in tracks when there's like one track that has these vocals and then you hear another track that has the exact same vocals, you know, that is in no way related to this track, but because the vocals came from Splice, there's always going to be other tracks that have the same vocals used. So yeah, I usually do think Splice vocals have a place, you know, as a placeholder, you know, if you're working on a track. But then if you do get to a track that is release worthy, I would definitely try to somehow get original vocals on it. And it doesn't have to be that hard anymore these days. Like there's websites where you can literally contact professional vocalists, and sure, you got to pay them, right? They're not going to work for free. But if you just save up some money, you know, and set some money aside, a couple of your paychecks, you should be able to get original vocals recorded for a track, even if you don't know a vocalist yourself. Splice vocals for vocal chops are good. Yeah, true. Like if you change the vocals up so much that you don't even hear anymore what the original vocal sounded like if it's completely chopped up and rearranged, and or if it's processed so much that it just starts sounding different enough, you know, sure, you can get away with it. But even then, you know, if the vocal lines and the phrases are still clearly audible, you will still have the issue of, oh, this track has the exact same lyrics as this other track, even though it might sound different from the original vocal. But there's definitely places for that. I don't know if I have a website bookmarked here. Let's see. Like even Fiverr, you know, and places like that. But there's also other places. I believe there was this one website called... There's also this website called Vocalfy. Vocalfy.com, where basically just you can hire professional singers and songwriters and just hire them to do vocals for you. And there's plenty of other websites similar to that. So even if you don't know anyone yourself, especially these days, there's so many options to actually get like professional vocals recorded for something. And I do think with a track that goes into a direction like this, that would definitely be worth it. But yeah, Fiverr as well. There's a ton of people on Fiverr as well that do that kind of stuff. Sure, you gotta look through and find somebody that would actually fit the track, you know, because there's probably and the one thing with those kind of websites is most of the time there are going to be people on there that will do it for really cheap, and then there's going to be people that ask a more like reasonable rate that what you would expect for like a professional vocalist. I don't say go for the most expensive one, you know. Definitely got to work within whatever budget you're able to do, but don't go for like the people who do it for like $10, you know, because that's just, well, most of the time, unless you get really lucky and they're just starting out with like this online thing and they're just doing a low price to get some, you know, get some reach and exposure and get more jobs to fill up their sort of like portfolio. Most of the time, the cheaper options are just not going to be the good ones. It is just what it is, you know. Like if you want a good vocalist, then most of the time you do gotta pay for that. But like yeah, it really depends on what you're able to do, right? What how much money you make and what you're able to do in terms of a budget. But I do think it's worth it. Yeah, you do get what you pay for. Yeah, definitely. Or you can write or generate vocals and use Melodyne after it. Yeah, but I still don't think that AI is at the level where it actually does vocals well. Like spoken vocals, sure. It's becoming pretty hard to distinguish spoken vocals from like AI vocals from like real vocals, but with vocals that are actually sung, it's still pretty easy to hear. Like, sure, there are certain models that might spit out some good vocals, but most of the time in the high frequencies you can still hear it, and you will actually get quite a bit of that sort of like weird artifacting in the high frequencies. Synth V is indeed a pretty good one, yeah. I haven't really used it myself, but I have heard examples of it, and it definitely is pretty good. Could be an option if you are like on a lower budget, but I would always say that working with an actual vocalist is going to be a better option. Especially if you're able to, you know, go back and forth with said vocalist, which most of the time the ones that do it professionally will allow you to do. You might have to pay a little bit more for you to be able to get like several revisions, but if you're able to go back and forth and be like, hey, that section, could you maybe like do something slightly different there, or do it a little bit more like this or that, you know, then that usually gets you to a much more interesting end result. Vocaloid, for instance, is also kind of cool, but it needs to have a certain kind of, well, you're really going for a certain kind of sound, right? If you're going to use that. There's definitely a place for vocals like that, you know? Like the more digital kind of like synthesized kind of vocals. There's definitely a place for it. Like, there's even good examples in like drum and bass and stuff of people using voice synthesis. But like, for instance, look at what Former does. Like, a lot of the stuff that Former does is also done with like voice synthesis, but he purposely creates these really odd sounding vocals that don't sound realistic, but he uses that to his advantage, if you get what I mean. He uses this plugin a lot, which I have as well. It's made by Ploak, I believe it's called. I believe that's the company, and it's the name of the plugin is like, what was it called again? Alter Ego. He uses this thing a lot. Don't know which library he would use, but it basically just creates this really, well, not sure if this will do anything now, but right, it has that really kind of weird sound. What was it again? What were the vocals of oh yeah, Pleasure Model. That's what it was. Right? He uses that a lot, but he really uses it to its advantage by making it sound as weird as fucking possible. And then it can definitely work, you know? So even if you don't have a vocalist, or you don't have that kind of option, you could go in a route like that, but then the track also needs to suit it, you know? It's such a weird kind of plugin, and there's other things as well, Vocaloid and Synth V and other ones. But yeah, although Synth V is getting pretty good, and there's also this other one. I saw that promoted a lot. What was it called? M-Synth or something like that? N-Synth, M-Synth? I'm not entirely sure. It's another one of those vocal things. And there's definitely a place for it, you know. But I would usually then go into the really weird direction if I would use something like that. I think for this, you really just want to have like a realistic vocal, something that sounds like an actual vocalist, you know? Similar to what you have now.
I got it all in running. 'Cause I got everything I wanted. All in running. 'Cause I got everything I wanted. Got it all in running. 'Cause I got everything I wanted.
Just want to hear that first drop again. Yeah, that's cool, man. I really like this. Like some parts here you might be able to tone down some of these vocal parts here a little bit, just a tiny bit. Like right now it's getting a little bit crowded in this kind of area where that vocal thing comes in. Like maybe even like when you bring that vocal thing in, just maybe like filter some of the other elements so it kind of creates a little bit of space for it. So it feels less crowded, but that's just kind of small nitpicky stuff, you know? Like, I'm also noticing that lead sound is kind of the same sound as what you're using here, but for some reason, I like it here, in this first section, but I don't really like what it does here. Maybe because in this section there seems to be more emphasis on that sound. Yeah, tough one, not sure why. Kind of odd, but... Other than that, I really like this one though, so good job. I used a VST called Spec Ops on only the first drop, I think. Which track is yours? This one? Oh yeah, this is your track. Spec Ops is interesting though. It's a really cool plugin. I definitely use it quite a bit as well. You can do some really weird stuff with it. Can also get really really nasty sounding very easily. But there's some pretty cool stuff you can do with Spec Ops. Kind of like a spectral processing plugin. But yeah, nice one. Definitely want to hear more of you, because this one sounds cool. Let's see, we got Memories as the next track. But I don't know by who, because it's not named properly. So, let me know in the chat if you're still here, if you're watching. Let's see what we got here. Goofy ass melody at the start. Final is not final. I get that, man. It sounds kind of cute right now. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Happy D&B, yeah, exactly. I mean, wouldn't be something that I would normally listen to be honest. But I still think this could be fun. I do think I would take it in a slightly different direction though. Now you're saying this is a demo and you need to change some of the sounds or change the sounds. What I think I would do, because it has the potential to sound more like a video game soundtrack D&B track, if you get what I mean. Like back in the day when I played a lot of video games, which is quite a while ago. I don't play video games that often. I like back in the 90s days, you know, 90s and early 2000s, there were quite a few drum and bass tracks in video game soundtracks. And I think if you take some of the sounds into that direction, so like really sort of like how do you say it? Like maybe not necessarily the really old school sound, but make some of the sounds with more analog sounding synths, if you get what I mean, or just make them sound more analog. I think that would already make this whole thing a lot better. PS1 Jungle, yeah. Like, man, I've played so many video games back in those days. A lot of like old school games. Heck, I even played a ton of games in like arcades, and there were so many games that had drum and bass in there. Like some of them more like happier sounding, other ones more like the more atmospheric kind of jungle stuff. But it worked, you know? And I do think that this one has the potential to go into that direction. Now, you could also indeed go into a more like Fox Stevenson kind of direction. That's also an option. Then you really want to lean into, well, his stuff is quite digital in a way. It doesn't really sound analog a lot of the times. But he definitely goes into a more heavier direction while it's still being quite happy. So that would be a good, if you want to take it that direction, that would definitely be a good reference, I guess. But something about the synths, you know, the melody lines. Like I said at the start, like it starts with this kind of goofy melody. Like now I heard the whole thing, that melody kind of works, you know. When I first heard it, I was like, huh, that's a goofy melody. But when you hear it in context of the entire track, it kind of works and it makes sense because the whole track kind of has a more happier kind of vibe. Yeah, you could take it two directions, I guess. You really could. Yeah, I'm not oh, you mean Fox Stevenson? He does tend to have stuff that is quite high-end heavy. Yeah, that's true. I agree with you on that. If I would make stuff like him, I would definitely tone some of the high end down. But you know, everybody has its own kind of preference, I guess. I'm honestly, I'm not a big fan of the Fox Stevenson stuff. Even though it's produced well and he definitely has carved out his own niche in terms of sound, it's not my cup of tea. So I would much rather see this go into a more like video game soundtrack kind of direction. And like I said, it doesn't have to sound like the really old school video game soundtrack tracks, like the old school drum and bass video game soundtrack stuff. You can still make it sound modern and a little bit more polished, right? Um, but yeah, maybe I'm not sure if you have like some like analog kind of synths, and I don't mean like actual physical analog synths, but you know, like VSTs that emulate analog synths. Um, there would be probably some good options to use, you know, and to try and make some sounds like that. You can do it in Serum as well. Like you can use Serum as well for those kind of sounds. You just need to keep in mind that a lot of those analog synths aren't perfect, and Serum is going to be perfect unless you tell it not to be. So that's something you have to keep in mind. Like if you use analog synths or emulations of analog synths, those will already sort of like have some drift in terms of the pitch, or there will be some inconsistencies within like the way the synth is made, and it will just create already a little bit of variety by itself, right? But Serum doesn't do that. Serum is like a digital synth, and it can do that kind of stuff, but then you have to tell it to. So you don't like the first drop, gonna change. I mean, I do think the biggest thing now would be to work on the sounds and to work on the sound design of everything. I think right now it's kind of hard to hear what it would sound like if the sounds were all a lot better, you know. And this kind of melody and that kind of stuff could still work if the sounds are good. Yeah, I like the old school crash. I love it. Yeah, I think that's the main thing you want to work on first now, is work on the sounds itself and make those better. And then you can figure out if the melodies work and if everything. Right now, I would say they can, you know? Like, the melodies could work, for sure, if the sounds are better. And like the drums as well, you know, like basically everything in terms of the sounds. Like you basically have an idea for a track. It just needs to be, well, like I said, you need to put more time into the sounds itself. Like there's like what I would say, if there's a couple of those kind of plugins that you could try and use, and there's even free options. Like you don't have to spend a ton of money. Like obviously there's paid options. Like Roland has like a ton of VST plugins that are basically just true emulations of their own synths that they released over the years, like the Uno synths, the Roland D50, the SH101, and even like the stuff like the TB303 and stuff like that. And those can definitely be a good option, but obviously they're paid, so you're gonna have to pay for them. Or there are other options probably, but hey, I'm probably not gonna. I shouldn't say that. Then there's also I know Korg has a whole library these days of VST plugins that emulate their old school hardware synths and samplers and romplers and stuff like that. So those are also an option. But then there's also free options, you know? There's also free options. There's this company that I have a bunch of synths from. I don't really use them a lot, but what was their name again? I keep forgetting what they're called. Wait, why isn't it in here? Oh, Full Bucket Music is another one of those companies, but these ones are all free, and they're kind of a pain in the ass to work with, honestly, because unless you really spend some time with them and learn how they work, if you just open them up for the first time, it's like, what? What am I supposed to do with this? But you get these kind of things, right? But they do sound good, you know? And they do definitely have a bit more of that old video game kind of soundtrack kind of feeling and sound. Now, you have to put in some work with those kind of synths though if you want to make it sound more modern. Like straight out of the box, they will sound really old school, and you will definitely be able to turn this idea into a really like old school video game soundtrack kind of track. But if you want to make it sound a bit more modern, you probably want to put quite a bit of time on the processing of the sounds and just add like a lot of like, you know, just stuff that makes it more modern. But yeah, in that kind of sense, you could also do stuff like this with Serum if you design the patch as well. Anyways, I do think this, even though it's not the type of drum and bass I would normally listen to because it's a bit too happy for my taste, I do think it can work. So let's see, we got it's almost 2 a.m. Let's play these last 3, and then I'm gonna call it quits for tonight, okay? Because it's almost 2 a.m. And I see that we have a long-ass fucking track here, so let's see what we got here. Cross the Line. That was by B Royal, right? Or like Royal, what? I think that was him. 168. Are we gonna go into Atmospheric Jungle? Sounds like it. Has an old school sound to it right off the bat. Oh yes. Let's go. You can listen to Hell. Okay, cool. Like, honestly, I really love this kind of drum and bass, or jungle, I guess I should say. I've actually been making a playlist on YouTube this week. I have like multiple playlists on YouTube for like drum and bass music. So if you go to my channel, just open up my channel real quick. If you go to my channel, I have like this whole section on my channel called, well, first of all, there's this section, which is really good. Basically just full of drum and bass tutorials and live streams. There's like thousands at this point, I believe. Well, maybe hundreds, but there's a lot. And I also have this section here, which is basically just a bunch of playlists with different kind of drum and bass. And I started this one, Jungle Drum and Bass. I noticed that I had no jungle drum and bass playlist. There were like different playlists for different sort of like subgenres of drum and bass, but there wasn't one for jungle. So I started looking for tracks, and I added the first 100 tracks. And I also noticed that YouTube did this update where you can now vote on tracks in the playlist, and it will sort the playlist by whichever track has the most votes. So over time, this should sort of like get sorted by whatever the people that listen to it will find the best tracks. But this one is filled with like atmospheric drum and bass and like, or atmospheric jungle, but also all kinds of other jungle stuff. Some really well-known tracks, of course, but there's also a ton of like old school video game soundtrack ones that I came across that I decided to add. and I will add a lot more in the future. There's also some newer jungle ones like Tim Reaper stuff, and 4am crew. There's actually a lot of them already in here, but there's also a lot of old school ones. And yeah, I definitely like that kind of drum and bass. It's something I grew up listening to a lot. I actually found one track, this one, Artemis Elysian Fields. Man, I hadn't heard that track in like 2 decades or something, or 1 decade. 2 decades. I'm not that old, but well, I'm definitely 2 decades old. But this track, absolutely amazing tune. It's long, but amazing, and yeah. Why you gotta? I'm sorry. You did just reminded me of the fact that I started the playlist, and I was like, I should probably talk about that a little. We'll start it from the start again. Yeah, definitely post them in the Discord though, if you have some tracks that I should add to the playlist. This has that vibe though, like, this could go straight in to the playlist, honestly. It has that vibe. Nice. Good 808. I like how this one also still has a bit of a darker sound to it in the drop. And then suddenly this laid back session. Nice. Yeah, that bass just sounds nasty. But in a good way, you know? That's fine. Yeah, you definitely nailed the sound, man. Definitely. I also like those what do you call them? Those sounds that just love that. Such an old school sound, but it works so well. It's a right cymbal with a big pitch bend. Nice. I wouldn't have thought that actually. I really like how the atmospheric parts are well, you're really nailing that sound. But I like how the drop still has a bit of a darker edge to it. You know, like it's easy to. Stupid mosquito! I saw it again. I'm gonna get to mosquito hunting after the stream. That's for sure. There's a lot of these kind of atmospheric jungle tracks where the drop still has like a bit more of a mellow kind of sound, and sometimes that works. But I like it when there's this sort of like contrast between like the atmospheric kind of breaks and the intros and stuff like that, and then when the drop still has that sort of like darker kind of edge to it. And you've definitely nailed that on this one. Really nice. Yeah, we need more jungle, man, on this channel, for sure. Good break chopping as well, by the way. I like the pitch snare. Yeah, I really like that pitch snare that you're doing in the chopping of the aim. That works really well. And also good edits on like the break. Like even though it's a long track, it doesn't get too boring or repetitive. Maybe at this point, you know? Like at this point I would say like, yeah, okay. But I heard it. But we're already, what, 6 or 4.5 minutes in, almost 5 minutes in. So, good job. Let's do the last 2 tracks, because it's getting late. New Hood. You gotta remind me who this was again. Was this... Who was this track? I definitely want to hear more of you, man. If you do this kind of stuff regularly, the jungle drum and bass, definitely send in more, because I want to hear more of that kind of stuff. And if you do release it on YouTube at some point, send me the link and I'll add it to the playlist, because it's definitely a kind of sound that would fit the jungle playlist that I've started. So yeah, let me know. Prozac. Okay, that was it. I forgot. Let's have a listen to this one. Again, no BPM in the file name. Next time, put the BPM in there. The key is not that important. I like to see what key it is in though, but next time try and put the BPM in there. Yeah, it's fine. It's really only for when I wanna show somebody, like if I hear something in a track where I'm like, it would sound so much better if you take this section out, or if you add like a little gap here or something like that, or maybe just take a section from earlier in the track and put that here. Then it would be really nice if I know what the BPM is, because then I can just show you, right? That's basically what it's for. like when the piano comes in during the drop, there's a little bit too much stuff happening here in this area, and so like the mid frequencies. Might be good to try and carve out some space in the other elements of the track for when the piano comes in. And you don't have to do that during the entire track, but you can just automate like an EQ so that it carves out a little bit of a space there, so that when the piano comes in, there is a little bit of a room for it. Because right now it just feels like there's this sort of like area here that just starts peaking a little bit too loud. Or maybe not too loud. It's just that there's too much there for the piano. It kind of masks the piano as well. It makes the piano harder to hear because there is already plenty of stuff in that area, right? So like I think it's mostly because that bass already has a bit of stuff there, and there's the what is it, the pads or something? Yeah, there's that sort of like mid-frequency pad that is sitting in that same range. So like maybe on that pad, for instance, try and cut a little gap in with an EQ. Not like take it out completely like that, but just like have a little sort of like just a little cut there to kind of make some space for the piano. Or another option, something that could work, is if you make the piano and that pad occupy different frequency ranges. So maybe the piano could be an octave higher, for instance, in this section. That could also be an option to do. That way you kind of don't create this sort of like issue with like the two elements that are fighting for space, because they are already in a different frequency range. Kind of depends on which direction you want to go in. Both could work. If you do have elements like that, like a sustained pad and then the piano on top, in a section where there's already like where it's already pretty busy, then usually you want to carve out space to kind of make those elements sit together well. Yeah, I can still hear the piano, but it's kind of getting lost a bit in the mix. I do think overall it could maybe be good to just cut a little bit in this area. Like if I bring it up again now. Just taming this area a little bit. I do think it sounds a little cleaner that way. See, it just sounds a little bit more balanced when there's a little bit less of this area, and it also kind of makes the bass feel more subby if you have less of these mid frequencies. And like it's not even that much; it's just like a 3 decibel cut, so it's like just taming it a tiny little bit. I think for this style that would work pretty well. Now, one little thing, I noticed it on the first build-up as well, is that kick roll, what I normally would do to these kind of kick rolls, what was it, 174, right? 174. There we go. See, again, this one is perfectly on time. Well done. What I would do normally on these kind of kick rolls, because you can hear, like, it gets this really, well, kind of muddy kind of sound, because there's a lot of that kick happening at this point. What I would usually do is do two things. I would add some volume automation to the kick so that it starts a little quieter and builds up towards the end. And then I would also add a high pass filter that kicks in, well, maybe already at the start. It just high passes just the very low frequencies of the kick out. And then towards the end, just automate it up a little bit more, so that the kick roll gets a little bit less full, but still is also still getting louder, if you get what I mean. So the loudest point of the kick roll should be somewhere here, and here it should start a little bit quieter, and then when the kick is at its loudest, it also sort of like has the least amount of high frequency, or the least amount of low frequencies, so that will kind of it will make the drop hit harder as well when you do that. And it will just give a kick roll like this, which right now it feels really static because it's just the same kick repeated over and over and over again in a 16-note pattern. It will give that whole section a little bit of movement. And like, I can't really show it. Well, I guess I can. Like, if you just, like, obviously it's also gonna take down some of the other elements, but like, just like something like that. And then at the same time, you want that kick to be a little bit more like, let's see, let's do a little bit of this. And you could probably already have it a bit higher so that it takes out some of the lowest frequencies. That's already too much. And the volume might also be too much because, well, it's also taking down the other elements, of course. Like, normally you would only do this to the kick. And then you probably want to automate the high pass up towards the end. And then obviously it wants to go straight back down there. Yeah. And then that section automatically sounds like it hits harder, because there is less of that low end in this area. Even if it's just a tiny bit that you're automating out, like, you could also go a lot further and make it sound really thin before the drop. And that also works, you know? That also works. And obviously, you don't want to have the high pass still there when the drop hits, so you would do something like this, so it's only active when it's actually being used. But that will make the drop hit harder than when you have like a kick roll like that. Hear how muddy that sounds now? And how much weight that takes away from the impact of the drop. Like, even if we don't have the volume automation. See how much cleaner that sounds? Because we're just rolling off some of that really lowest amount of sub-frequencies from that kick in this section. And like, for a kick drum roll like that, you don't really need that much low end, honestly. Same again there. I'm taking out this section here, and I would do that on some of the elements of your track. I would take out some of this area, but it's a little bit hard to hear for me now if the snare drum has enough of this area, because when I bring this down on the entire track, with like 3 decibels, something like that, I kind of think that the snare could have a little bit more of that area, but it might actually have enough. It's just that the elements around it have too much of this. Might actually be able to give the snare a tiny bit more, like maybe even with some multi-band transient shaping or something. Where's the snare? Does the snare even have a... Where is that sitting? I assume that that little blip is the snare. That would be around 150, so it's somewhere around here. Yeah, I think the snare could have a little transient sort of like thing. Maybe not at 150. 150 is quite low, but more like 200 to 300 hertz in that area. I think the snare could maybe have a little extra transient thing, just to give it some more punch, you know. And sometimes you, depending on the snare that you're using, sometimes you can bring that out with some multi-band transient shaping. There's a really good plugin for that I use quite a bit, which is the ST4B. This plugin, which is pretty good for that. But the other thing with this is that it also kind of makes everything louder when you add stuff to it, and it just tightens everything up. Another good thing would be the transient shaper in Neutron by Isotope. Don't know if I have it here. Yeah, the Neutron transient shaper. This one is really good because you can just like really zone in on that frequency range that it needs to be in, and leave the other bands completely dry and not do anything. And then on this one you can just really like add a bit of attack, and then especially if you use the precise mode, and then maybe the sustain down a little bit on that same frequency range, you can really add like a bit of punch to it. Sometimes it doesn't work though. It really depends on the snare. Like there needs to be something in the snare already there for it to work, otherwise you need to add it to the snare. So sometimes you might want to just go and make a little transient with a synth, for instance like Serum, which isn't hard to do. A snare transient that is synthesized is really just the same as a kick drum, basically. It's the same process, but just higher pitched, and usually a lot shorter. Like a kick drum is, in drum and bass, a kick is most of the time around an 8-note long. Snare transient is going to be much shorter. It's going to be like even shorter than a 16th note. It's just going to be a tiny little bit at the start of the snare that really gives it a bit of punch. Maybe you have, what is it called? Spiff by Oak Sound. This one. That one can also be really good for adding like a transient to snare, or bringing out the transient in the snare, because you can just use the filters in it and really sort of like emphasize that whatever region that it needs, and just give it that like a boost. And it's kind of like, it is also a transient shaper. So yeah, depending on what you have, just mess around with that. And even if you just have like a regular transient shaper, you can still make it work on a snare. You can do some frequency splitting with like some EQs or some filters, and then just add the transient shaping just to the range of where the so like the punch, the transient of the snare sits. But other than that, pretty cool tune though. Yeah, Yeah, here I can hear the low mids in the snare. I think they're just a bit too what do you say, how do we say it? Like it sounds like there's a bit of a, almost like that same kind of old school dubstep kind of snare, but then shorter, if you get what I mean. This one isn't as loud as the one that we heard earlier in the stream, but you know, like making a snare transient is actually quite easy. I might actually have some examples that I made a while ago. Let's see. Drums, kick, no. Don't I have one? Okay. Oh yeah, we do. So see this oscillator here, I'm not sure what this one sounds like. See, it's a really clean transient, even though it's coming from a synth. But what I'm doing here is I'm really just using this sine wave, and that is adding that. That's all it's adding, and what it's doing is it's just a volume shape on the volume here, and then there's a pitch shape that is assigned to here, and you can make it as sort of like high-endy as you want, or make it a bit lower, and then you can shape the pitch curve, of course, but usually you want to have a bit of a curve like this, where it sort of like sits a little bit higher and kind of stays a little bit higher, as opposed to with a kick you would go more for something like that most of the time, right, on the pitch curve, which can work for a snare. But for a snare usually I would add a little bit of an area like that, because it really gives it that snare drum kind of punch. See? Depending on what pitch you go for. Not sure which, this one might be a better example. This is actually closer to the snare that you have. But because this is just a sine wave, it's actually pretty clean. Like, if I would turn this into a more rounded square, you would get the more sort of like compressed kind of sound. But still it can work. Like, if it's short enough, that works. You know, like if we make this a lot longer, you get that. And you get more of that old school kind of dubstep doof kind of sound, right? Which sometimes works, but for drum and bass most of the time I find that you really want to keep that transient very tight. It's just there at the start to give it a bit of weight, you know? And if you want to, you can keep it really clean with a sine wave, like that. Or if you want to give it a bit more of a woody tone, you want to have a bit more of a rounded square wave. And it gives it a little bit more harmonics. But yeah, again, see, this is the pitch curve. So it's just like, this one actually stays on this pitch, but it's really quick. See? It's like, it's set to unsynced mode, and I really just made it super quick, because otherwise you're gonna get that. So you really just want to make a really quick thing at the start to give it punch. And I believe there's even a second one on here. Yeah. So there's like this one as well, which is more like a pitch kind of curve that you would see on a kick drum, but then it's really quick. It's much quicker than what you would see on a kick. Like on a kick it would be a lot lower, a lot slower like that. And that is of course for the noise. Not sure what that is controlling. Multiple things. But yeah, you can make some really big snares with synths if you know how to do it right, you know. And you don't necessarily need transient shaping if you do this, but like you don't have to make the full snare in Serum. Like if your snare drum that you're using lacks a bit of punch, you can use this same method to add that punch to a snare. Like you can just add this as a layer, you can just add something like that, you know, or maybe more with a sine wave. And you can just add that to a snare that you're already using and then process the two together to gel them together. And then it's all about shaping the phase so that it's the phase kind of matters in that situation, because if you have two layers, then changing where it starts in this particular one plus changing the shape of the pitch curve will, well, you'll find a sweet spot where the two layers kind of align in a way where they start sounding really nice together. And then if you change the phase to like the opposite, then they will cancel each other out. So it's all about finding like the good sweet spot. But you can really make a shitty snare drum a lot better with something like that. Anyways, it's almost 2:30, so let's do the final track before we end the stream. Tel Aviv. I hope I pronounced that right. Cool, I slept, woke up, it's 4:30 in the morning, it's time for my track. Nice. Yeah, it's getting really late for me as well. Let's do this one. Oh yeah, let me reset the EQ. Not that I'm going to sleep yet, you know, I'm a fucking night owl, but I need to tone it down a little bit myself as well. I can't speak too loud because there's other people here that are going to bed. Was that a key change? Already? Sounds like it. Interesting. Some of the sounds have a little bit too much in this area, and because the track is quite loud. This area is also an area that becomes quite harsh and quite, quite fatiguing on the ears when it's too loud. So you definitely want to be careful with that. Like that sound, that sort of like mid-range of the bass. That wow. You know, that sound, if we put this up here, see how loud that is? And that kind of stuff is something that, especially on like a longer listen, can get really fatiguing on your ears. nice sound design though in this one. I like that movement in the sub here. Just subtly going like meow, meow, meow. And interesting to hear keychains in drum and bass. Don't hear that a lot. We do have another one of those really heavy snares around this area. Might be able to just roll off a little bit of that low end on the, or low mids on the snare. Although I think maybe it would be better for this snare drum. I think it would be better if the fundamentals set higher. It might even be nice to have a snare in this that is just higher in terms of the fundamental. Like, let's see, I got a bunch of snares here. So yours sits around 250. Like maybe something more in that range, which is like 350 or 340-ish. Like something like that range or something. Might work better. Yeah, well, it's mostly the transient that is quite long. That is true. You can kind of see it here as well. Well, it's a little bit hard to see in vision, but you can see that red little dot here. That's the fundamental of the snare, and you can see the high end kind of decays already here in terms of loudness. The brighter this is, the louder it is. So there's a really loud first section, and then the tail after it is a lot quieter already, but this is kind of the entire length of the snare. So usually the tail of a snare can be long, although in drum and bass most of the time the snares are quite short. But the fundamental part of the snare is always really short. So, not sure if we can see it, but let's see what this one looks like. See how the tail is longer, and even the resonance here, you can see this resonant frequency is actually the longest part of this snare. And the noise is longer than the fundamental. And see how short this little blip is compared to the one in your track, in your snare. And you can kind of see that for a lot of the snares that I have in here. See? The resonances and the tail are longer than this little fundamental part. Not a good example. See? So that's the thing that you want to be really careful with, because the longer this section becomes, the more it starts sounding like that old school dubsteppy kind of doof, you know, and especially if it's also low, like yours, like more around the 250 kind of area. you get that kind of sound. And this is a sound, this one is actually kind of similar to that. But still you can see how this one is much shorter than what you have. See? So, and this is already long, in my opinion. Like, that's already a long transient. Or a long fundamental. So that's definitely something you wanna be careful with. And then the little shuffly snares that I can hear in between somewhere here. I believe it's somewhere here. Those ones can have a lot more high end. They can be a lot brighter. Yeah, those little snares there, the noise of it, the noise part, you can just really make that a lot louder. And then they will also cut through the mix a lot better. Well, if you haven't seen it yet, I have a video on my channel that might actually be good. If you haven't seen it yet, of course. Let me check. There should be a playlist. This playlist right here has 3 videos, and basically these 2 are a full sort of like dive on how I synthesize snares from scratch. And the first one kind of goes mostly over the synthesis part. The second one, I believe, also goes over like addictive drums and using that. And I can definitely, even though they're long, as you can see, they're really long, especially the second one. Second one is a little bit less important. I guess the first one is the most important. But I can definitely advise you to watch those videos if you haven't yet, because it basically just goes over the entire process of how I would make the snares that I just showed you from my own library, because those were made with the same process as what I did here. So I'll drop this playlist into the chat, so you can just save that. And I am thinking about doing an update to it, because Serum 2 has obviously been released, and there's a couple of cool things in Serum 2 actually that you can use for a drum synthesis, but it should give you a pretty good sort of like idea of what I do to create all these kind of snares. I do like this tune though. There's maybe a little bit too much. That's one other thing that I was thinking about. When it hits here, like right here, you could maybe try taking out the pads, or if you're gonna use the pads, take out some of the low mids of the pads, because there's still like some pad layer in here in the background I can hear. Like maybe take out some of the low mids of that pad so that it has maybe just the high frequencies, because it might sound too empty if you take it out completely. But you could try it out, just take that pad out for the first maybe 16 bars, and then maybe filter it in during the second 16 bars. Is this 16? That's 8. So maybe take it out here and then start filtering it in here, but without the low mids, and then in the last section, maybe bring the full pad in, something like that. It takes away from the impact of the drop if there's too much of that, especially with a drop that's this heavy. You know, if there's too much atmospheric stuff, it takes away of how heavy the drop sounds. So that's something you could definitely try out. But yeah, I think I would definitely try and work more on the snare for this one. That's the main issue right now, I think. It's just that the fundamental of the snare is really long, and that therefore you get that kind of, yeah, I usually call it like the old school dubstep kind of snare kind of sound, even though it's not a full dubstep snare. It's definitely shorter, but it has that kind of sound. I think I had one in here somewhere that has exactly that kind of sound that really oh, there we go. That one is way lower than yours though. This one is has a fundamental of like 130 hertz, but that one has that sound as well, even though it still, I think, is shorter in terms of the transient than your snare. See? So even on that kind of a snare, I would still really make sure that the fundamental is not too long, and it's mostly just the noise in the tail that creates the length of the snare. Because if this fundamental would be like this long, like just as the noise, it would just start sounding really bad. It just wouldn't sound good at all. So that's kind of what you want to keep in mind. Other than that, I like it though. Definitely cool. And that brings us to the end of the stream. It's 2:40 a.m. Good time to end. In the end, we had plenty of tracks. I was kind of concerned that we wouldn't have that many tracks. I could have probably started the feedback earlier, but yeah, I'll make sure next month to post a notification for the submissions for the feedback stream a little bit earlier, so that there's more time for people to send in that track. I'm gonna be doing these every first Friday of the month again, like I did back in the day. I will think about if I'm gonna do it for everyone or if I'm gonna do it Patreon only in the future. For now, it kind of works this way, but I can see if this, if people know again that I do these feedback streams every first Friday of the month, that there is going to be a really long list of tracks, and at that stage, it might be better to do it for Patreon supporters. But for now, we'll do it this way. For now, it works. This was a good amount of tracks. So, if you do want to support me on Patreon, though, link to that will be in the chat. And if you want to, join the Discord server if you haven't yet. The people here who are here now probably are in the Discord, but if you're not and you want to join in on the feedback session next month, then join the Discord. That was it. Thanks for being here. That was fun. I had a lot of fun doing the feedback again. Haven't done it in a while, and yeah, really want to get back into doing the feedback sessions because it's always fun. So I'm broke, so how do I stay involved? I mean, next week we'll definitely still keep it just like it was today, or next month. I'm not going to switch it to Patreon only just yet, but it is something that I might have to think about in the future if there is going to be, a lot more tracks coming in. If it stays the amount that it was today, then that's gonna be fine. But I know from how it went back in the day. I used to do these feedback streams regularly a couple of years ago. I would do it every first Friday of the month, and it got to a point where we had so many tracks that even and I did do back in the day that people that donated got to skip the waiting list or got to move up to the waiting list, if you get what I mean. It got to a point where even the people, even the tracks from all the people who donated were so many that I almost wasn't able to get through them in an entire stream. And I don't want to get that again, you know, because that got to the point where there were even people who donated whose track I couldn't do because there were just too many. But I'm gonna have to see how it all unfolds, you know. For now, it's fine. And this was fun. So, thanks for being here. I'll see you all again next week around 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. Next week is just gonna be production again. Unless I don't feel productive, we might do another feedback stream. You know, that's another thing why I want to get back into these, because sometimes I have a Friday where I just don't feel productive, and that would be a good Friday to just squeeze in another feedback session. Check out the other link I sent, it's not copyrighted. Yeah, sure, I'll definitely check out the other tracks as well. And if I haven't given feedback to the other tracks that are in here right now, or tracks that other people have sent, or if you're sending me a track and you want to get feedback on that, you can always resend it again in the next stream that we're doing feedback. I'll put up a little notification in the feedback submission channel in the Discord when I'm gonna be doing another feedback stream. And basically all the tracks that will be submitted after that notification that I put in there will be submitted or will be for the stream. So, thanks, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.